Hello everyone, welcome to my live stream. My name is Denise Hutchins and I'm broadcasting to you from Studio Mikarts. Our charity of the month is Farm Sanctuary, and there are two ways you can help me, help them, help the animals. One is watch my stream. This will probably be the last stream of the month, and bring your friends because I'll be making a donation at the end of the month based on my unique viewers count. You can also donate to our fundraiser here on Twitch. Bigman2K already donated the $10 that we were aiming for, but we can always exceed that, so please donate if you can. You can also find a link to Farm Sanctuary in my Twitch description, and you can donate that way too. Hello, Exie! Thank you so much for joining me on this bonus stream. I'm streaming so early, huh? How are you? Oh, it's so great to see you. Yay! So as I said, this is a bonus stream. I do not normally stream on Tuesdays, but I am technically on vacation this week, and I really want to finish this Christmas card illustration so that I can get it sent out by the end of the week. Oh, all that noise is my printer shutting down. Okay. It just automatically goes back to sleep, so that's what all that noise was, if you heard that. But I want to finish this so I can get it sent out by the end of the week for November Patreon awards, and also Christmas cards for my close friends and family, because the first class mail deadline from the United States Postal Service is December 15th, so I don't want to take too long and then be up against that deadline, and then even though that is the deadline, there could be weather delays, there could be a huge amount of mail, and there's a delay because of that, so I just want to get way ahead of that, and that's why I'm so determined to finish this today. I am going to stream until it's done, so that's what's going on with that. So yesterday, I had a little bonus stream too, just an hour, and I got to the point, I finished all the marker work, and I got to the point where I am adding details to the ink. So I'm using my lovely Sakura Pigma set. I've got the micron sizes here, and the, what are these ones called? Graphic sizes here. Although I just remembered, I never opened it, but I have, oh, I just remembered. I'm so excited. I might not need to use them, but I'm going to take a second and see if I can find in my pile of stuff here. Earlier this year, I purchased some more Sakura Pigma, because Micron is the small size. Pigma is the full line. A whole set of them, because they came with some sizes I've never had before, and I just realized this is the perfect opportunity to use them if I can find them. Got all this piles of stuff. Oh, I think I found it. Ah, I did. Hooray. I bought this and I forgot about it. This is one of the things I purchased earlier this year thanks to Patreon support. I used the funds from Patreon. I think it was this summer. I used the funds from Patreon to get this and some other supplies. But they've been buried under a bunch of other stuff since, and I completely forgot. And this is the perfect project to open it and use them on. Oh, Wolf is here too. Hello, Wolf! Yay! Oh, Exie, thank you so much! Thank you! Hooray! I'm so happy! Thank you for $10 donated for Farm Sanctuary! Yay! You made my day! This is the best bonus stream ever! Woo! Hooray! Wow! Y'all are making my day so far. Wolf, I can't remember. Did I ask how you are? I hope you're doing well. I'm so glad you could join me again today. I'm opening this. I'm finally opening it. I think I took a picture of it when I got it and shared it that way, but this is on video now. Hooray! I hate these packs though. It's so hard to open it. Ah, there we go. Okay. So fun. I got this one specifically because it has a bunch of sizes that I don't have. And since I use these so much, it's not a problem having more of the ones I do have because I'll eventually need them. So, let's see. So the PN, I'm actually using these for writing. So I'm just going to put this one into my, well, you can't see it, but over here on my left, I have a pen rack and it's for writing. Like writing notes or writing in my planner or something. So that's where this one is going. And then here's one of the new sizes. This is really exciting. A size 12, they call it 12, which is 0.7 millimeters. And just yesterday I was talking about how there's this huge jump. The biggest size I had in the micron line was 08, which was half a millimeter, 0.5 millimeter. And then the next size up I had was graphic 1, which is a full millimeter. So now we've got this one sitting in the middle, 0.7, almost exactly in the middle. Oh, wow, that's so fun. You got an early Thanksgiving meal. That's so nice. Oh, yay. So now you're just going to have, so you got to get through the work day with it, like surviving a food coma, basically. Okay, and slide in that new 12. Ooh, it's so exciting. I've never used that size before. Size 12. So cool. Oh, here's another one. Size 10. So that's going to be in between 8 and 12. So 8 is 0.5. 10 is 0.6 millimeters. So we're going up a tenth of a millimeter each time. So I'm going to actually have to reorganize how my pens are in order to have them in size order. Right, next, 08, I already have this one. I'm going to put it to the other side so I don't mix up which one's the older. 05 I have. 03. 02. I wish these numbers corresponded to the millimeters, but they don't. So it's kind of confusing, but 01. 005. I have that one too. But here we go. This is the tiniest micron pen that I've ever had now. 003. So small. This one's already small enough. This is the 5. 005. Let's look at let's compare. Let's take this one off. And this one off. Oh man, it is so tiny. It is absolutely teeny tiny, minuscule. The top one is the 003. It's so small. You have to be extremely careful because with these teeny tiny ones, if you use a heavy hand, it will just swoop, smoosh right into the metal sleeve there. Let's see, 005 is 0.2 millimeter line and 003 is 0.15. So small, so small. I don't know if I'll use 0.15 millimeter line on this piece, but maybe I will. So cute. The pen is cute. Okay, let me deal with this. So this can go in the recycle, this goes recycle, this goes in my specialty recycle bin. There. Okay. So first, let's organize these pens by size. I love this thing. I received this as a gift when I went on that, ooh, I'm gonna drop it. When I went on that Inktober retreat, and they 3D printed this for me at my request, a special pen holder. And actually, now I'm thinking of it, this might be too many pens for it, but this graphic 2 I rarely ever use. I would mostly use it for filling in. So this will definitely be the last one I put in, and if there's not enough room, then it will sit somewhere else. So I'm going to start by putting smallest along the top in order. So 003, 005, and I love this holder because you can see the numbers that are on the top Well, for some reason 003 isn't showing up very well on the camera, but you can see these numbers to very quickly see what size pen you're grabbing. So next will be 1, 01, 02, and 03. Then we'll come back down to the bottom for 05. And then what is it? Ooh, 8, I think. I think 8 is the next. Yes. 8, 10. And as I thought, there's not room for the graphic 2, but 12. Oh, and then graphic 1 in there. Wow. I've never had this pen rack completely full. Ooh. Ooh, that's an arsenal. It's so great because now I don't have this huge jump anymore. Double in size and nothing in between. Now we've got 2 sizes in between. So I can be a little more subtle with my lines at that size. So with this graphic 2, I think what I'll do is I'm just going to set it to my left for now, and then I'll put it in my sketch kit where I have all the stuff I usually use. All of these are the pens that are duplicates of what's over here. So real quick, I'm going to get out my pen storage and put them away. I haven't gotten in these cases in a long time because I stopped doing lucky dips so that I could focus on my main artwork. Whee! Okay, that's it goes to color pens on this side. So these are just black ink. So I'm gonna put them over here. Here we go. See, I already have a few extras in here. So I will just load this up. And this also goes in order, in size order, so that it's really easy for me to find what I'm looking for. These pens don't usually run out at a convenient time, so I'm making it easy on my future self. I want to get back to whatever I'm working on. I have to come dig in here for a pen. I can move it over here now. 03. So I try to have this number sticking upwards too, so I can at a glance tell what size I'm grabbing. And then finally the 005, and that goes here. Awesome! I didn't even think about that until just something clicked. And I remembered that I had that whole set of pens waiting to be opened. Okay, put this back away. And now get back to work on this piece. I really hope that it will take less time than I think it will. But I've got, I think, 4 hours before I will have to stop, even if it's not done. So wish me luck. Here I go. So what I had started working on yesterday was creating thicker outlines for the pigeons so that they would pop, and I think that's already working. I love that look. It's definitely not naturalistic at all, but it's a visual language that I think really works, at least for me. It speaks to me. So I'm going to continue with that because there's some things that now I want to do, like add a little bit extra ink at the bottom of this hat and the bottom of this hat, and a little extra ink along this part because it's flopping over. So the closer it is to the viewer, the thicker I want the lines. Yay, thank you, Axie. Hooray. Thank you, thank you. I haven't pushed myself like this to finish a piece really quickly in a while, so actually maybe even since school, like maybe the last time I set a really hard deadline for something was school, so your encouragement means a lot. So I picked the 05. I'm not going to pick the new size pens just to use them, so I might not end up using any of them, but 05 seemed right for this. Add a little bit extra on the hat to let it come forward. And I think I'll make the line thicker on the back than on the front, because it just feels like there should be more shadow on the back than on the front, sort of because the light source is from here, coming from this direction and in the center. So the outside I want a little bit more vignette, and we can emphasize that with the ink as well. It doesn't just have to be through actual color shading. And with that in mind, I am adding a little bit of extra to the pom-pom here, but it's white, so I don't want to add too much. So I'm gonna have a light touch. And now let's do underneath the hat. We've already got it nice and dark here because of the marker. So I don't think I need to hold back on my inking in this area. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you for that lovely emote. I'll just call my own emote lovely. But it's still so cute. I love it when you guys use them. Make me so happy. Okay. I'm going to move down a size to 03. So now we've got a light color against the light color, so I want to have a bit thinner line. I want it to be thicker than it is, but have it be a little more subtle. And the same thing here. Like I was saying, I want the back side to be a little darker, so we're going to use a thinner line on the front side. I'm just going to do a little bit extra ink on the top edge because it's this really shadowy area. It feels kind of weird streaming on a Tuesday. There's some sort of odd, fresh feeling. Like it's both weird and fresh. I just never, well, not never. Historically, I have live streamed on a Tuesday, but it has been so long since I've live streamed on Tuesday. Anybody up to anything fun on a Tuesday? It's still so early in the work week. But those of us in the US have a holiday coming up, so that makes this week a bit different for everyone, I think. So even if you're working, I remember when I worked at the grocery store on Thanksgiving Day, it was actually one of the best days to work because I'd get extra pay for working on a federal holiday, but it was totally dead. People complain about stuff like, oh, the grocery store isn't open on the holiday, but our grocery store was, and the reason why grocery stores aren't open on the holiday is because, like, nobody comes in, and so it's super dead. My grocery store actually kept the lights really low, too. They'd only have the lights on half brightness, or I can't remember. Either it was only half brightness or they'd only turn on half the lights just to save electricity because the money wasn't coming in to pay for running the store, so they'd do anything they could to save a little bit. But it was the best time to work because you're getting that extra pay and then it's super chill. You're just hanging out with a couple co-workers. Maybe half a dozen customers come in the 4 hours that you work and stuff. So it was still different, even if I was still working. Oh, what the heck? That's so fun. Oh, and still house hunting. Have you come across any that you feel are promising, or have they all been like, they've all got some sort of some sort of fatal flaw. That's how I felt when I was house hunting. I was getting really dejected because we would see this house, this house, this house, and I'd be like, no, I do not want to live. I don't want to live here. I don't want to live. There was always some big thing about it. And then when we found this house, I was like, oh my God, we need this house right now. So I hope that you find a house like that where you feel like, yes, this is the place I want to be. And what the heck with the glow-in-the-dark fun run? That's so fun. I have not done one of those before. I've done a color run where you throw like the colored powder on each other and like you run through the different stations and they have a different color at each station. And so you're like a living rainbow by the time you're done. And I've done a bubble run where each station is just a giant wall of bubbles that you run through. And I'm glad that for those events, I looked up, how should you prepare? And they're like, wear goggles. So I'm glad I wore goggles for both of those because all the dust getting in your eyes and the soap getting in your eyes. But a glow-in-the-dark fun run would be so fun. How long is it? Is it like 1 kilometer, 1 mile, or 5K? Or is it not really measured? It's just it's the length that it is, and that's that. Yeah, I've seen those advertised locally, but I've never done one before. Okay, I think I'm done with the hats. I'm gonna go down to an even smaller pen, just 02, which I think is the size I used for the original lines, but I want to add a little bit to Kumo's beak to show that it's in front of the pom-pom to help bring it out a little bit. But all this stuff is super lightly colored. So, oh look, matching Kumos. The chibi Kumo is up. This Kumo's here. Anyway, I love it when that's been happening. Oh, away he goes. Okay. So, even though it's the same size pen, I think, that I used for the original lines, it still should bring a little bit of emphasis to it just because it's doubling up on the pigment. And it's a kind of subtle thing that maybe nobody else would ever notice it, but I notice it, so that's what's important. It makes a difference to me so that I can feel like, yes, I am done with this. This is good. I'm satisfied. Yeah, just to... no one would ever notice, but yeah, I do. I noticed. Okay, moving on. Let's add a little bit more to Sora's bangs. Emphasize this fringe here coming out the front. Still using that size 2. Let's do the same with her ruffly mullet in the back. I think I'm just going to add extra on the bottom part, not on the top part of the fluffy feathers. Yay. Just want to make it look extra fluffy because it is pretty fluffy in real life. Kumo jump scare. He's such a little timid sweetie. Him scaring anyone. That's funny to me. Okay. Here on Sora, I'm going to add some 08. So going back up pretty high. In fact, let's do 10. Because right here, we've got a whole bunch going on, and it looks like just all one big mass. And then I want to show that this is the front wing, this is the back, and then this is the back wing. So I'm going to use a size 10 because it's even closer. This is even closer to the viewer than even her head. So we're going to use an even bigger one because the closer you are, the bigger the line. What is the bedding made of? It's my little simple imitation of this like crinkly paper. I'm sure you've seen it. It's like shredded paper and then it's crinkled up. And they're like little shreds like this, but they're like, it's like zigzag paper. People use it for packing and stuff, and whenever I get some in a package, I'm like, yes, and I put it in there for the pigeons. Then they love to line their nest with it. So that's what that's meant to be, but I didn't draw it very precisely in order to hurry. Oh, an inaugural use of the size 10. Here we go. It's just on the front wing. I'm going to use it just on the front wing. And at this point, it starts coming back toward the middle of the back. So I'm going to go back to the 8. Man, you can really tell this pen is new because it's super juicy. There. There, just like that. There's at least some separation between the back wing and the front wing. So let's use the 8 for this part in the middle. That is her back going down to her tail. Shoop. There. In fact, I think I'll take it a little farther. Thicken the line a little more. Yay! Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I don't know what the official name for that product is. Shredded crinkle paper. something like that. I picked the paper color for the illustration just to fit with the overall vibe, and I didn't want it to... My original thought was like, oh, what if I make it red or green? But I felt like that would draw too much attention to it. The bedding is not a main character here. So I ended up doing this sort of pale pink, like a rose pink or something. But then I realized, hey, they have pink bedding that they're using right now, but it's not the same color pink, but it's still kind of close to reality. Okay, next thing I'm going to do is add some thick lines around these leaves that are in the bottom corners because these are the closest thing to the viewer in this entire scene. Let's try using the size 12. It's the slightly smaller than what I use for the outline of the pigeons. So we want the most attention on the pigeons. So I'm breaking my own rule with a purpose for this. That said, since this is brand new, it might be so juicy that it makes the same size line anyway. So let's find out. Oh, it looks so big. Look at that. Let me compare this. Oh yeah. It's almost the same size. I mean, it makes sense. Oh, it doesn't want to focus, but it's almost the same size as this one. Okay, let's do this. And to start, I'm just going to do the outline of the bunch. I'm not going to outline each individual leaf. So if I do that, I think it'll be too attention grabbing. These are totally just supporting characters. Background figures, extras, if you will. All right, this side. So chunky. Yep. Ooh, dang, this is a big old pen. I think it's the biggest in the Micron line. I gotta focus. I don't want to cover up this little bit of yellow marker. Woo! Alright, so I've got that outline, but I like to soften it up. We'll go to the size 5. Soften it up so there's a little bit of transition between the super thin original line and then this really thick line that I've just added. Have I watched any of the new Dune show? I have not. Is it a continuation of the movies, which I also have not watched? Not the original movies, the newer ones. Have you been watching it? Is that why you brought it up? I'd love to hear what you think. Lots of people love Dune. You know what's so interesting you brought that up? I just read, because I'm rereading a book called The Lays of Sigurd and Gudrun, I think, and I am probably not pronouncing that correctly. But it's J.R.R. Tolkien's interpretation and rewriting of some of the famous Nordic. Well, it was originally an epic poem, but then there's also a prose version. The Edda. That's part of it. There's another one too, like the Volusongs or something like that. There's all these words that I don't know how to pronounce, but anyway, it talks about how he actually was not a fan of Dune. I was like, interesting. But the part of his letter that they published was him saying, basically he was saying I'm not going to say anything bad about it because that's not the kind thing to do. So he wasn't a fan, but he didn't want to say anything bad about it. I'm like, I appreciate that. I have not read the books or watched any of the stuff. So the new show is 1,000 Years prequel. Do you like it? What do you think? Without any spoilers, in case there's anyone watching who is following it. Is it the same production team as those recent movies? Yeah, I think I will continue. I'm going to use the 05 and give an outline to the leaves on the inside of the group, so that there's also some separation between each other. So I have it tapering from the really thick outline down to 05, and then the rest is all 05. So do the same thing on this side. Oh. Wow. You like it that much and there's only 2 episodes out. Is it based on book material or is it original material? I've never read or watched or anything Dune, but I have no reason to think that I wouldn't like it. There's been all kinds of things in my life where I have heard of them forever, but I just never watched them, and then watched or read or whatever, and then I finally did. And I was like, dang, this is the best thing ever. And it becomes my favorite. Like an example in the anime world is Ouran High School Host Club. And everybody for years was like, my friends, my family was like, you should watch this, you've got to watch this. But often I feel contrary when someone tells me I must watch something. I'm like, don't tell me what to do or whatever. And then I finally did watch it, and it's seriously one of my favorite shows. I've rewatched it at least half a dozen times. The whole thing from beginning to end. I bought the manga, I read all of that, and I love the manga too, even though the show, the anime that exists now, maybe they'll do another one and they'll complete this story, but it's only like half of the manga, but I love the whole manga. Oh, you haven't read the books either. Maybe that would be something I do next year. Because I bet that's the kind of thing that I could get a whole set on Kindle for relatively inexpensive. Get the full thing. I don't know how many books there are of it, though. Alright, I'm looking at the background. I love what I did with these leaves in the foreground, and it is so tempting to apply the same technique back here. The problem is, this is background. It's supposed to sit in the back and be the farthest thing away from the viewer, except for this stuff that I'm going to be filling in on Photoshop afterwards. So instead of doing any sort of big outline around it, I'm just going to focus on the areas where it would be really dark anyway. So around the berries, maybe some places here where leaves are overlapping and we've got a really dark shadow anyway. Once again, I'm saying dark shadow, and then it makes me think of My Hero Academia. And I am going to use smaller pens than I used in the front. That way it should still continue to sit in the back. So I'm going to start with 03. Wolf, have you watched all of the Dune movies as well? Or, so like, is this show your first foray into the Dune universe, or is it a new addition to your personal canon, or whatever you would call that? Seen both movies. Oh, interesting. Movies are decent, but you like this show more. Maybe because the show has more time to elaborate on things? I have no idea, though. Obviously, I have not seen any of it, but I find that happens a lot. For instance, if something is adapted both as a show and then as a movie, oftentimes the show is better just because they can take their time. I think that's why when I decided, you know what, I can write books. It doesn't have to be a dream. It doesn't have to be a if only thing. I can just do it. I should just start doing it, and I did. I didn't want to write short stories. What I wanted to write was novels. So I think that's just the kind of storytelling I like. Long, more time to develop, more detail. Oh, Wolf's friends love the movies more, and Exie likes the movies a lot too, but hasn't watched a show yet. Man, makes me think that I should finally, because my dad, I'm pretty sure, liked the old movies, and that's where I ever first heard of it, because he had the old movies and you'd watch them sometimes. But I never watched them. Okay, moving to the middle. I wonder if I should read the books first. The book is going to be even more detailed than any other thing. At least that's always been my experience. Read the Dune books. There's got to be more than one book. Hold on, I'm going to look it up real quick. I'm curious. Oh, old movies were more book accurate. Interesting. Let's see. Dune. Let's see what it has to say about it on Wikipedia. The first result is the 2021 film. I want to go to the whole 1965 novel. Let me click on that, please. Dune is a... Okay, I'm just going to read this to you real quick. I love this conversation. It's really interesting. You might be helping me choose books for next year. Because I read all the time. Dune is a 1965... This is on Wikipedia. 1965 epic science fiction novel by American author Frank Herbert, originally published as 2 separate serials. 1963 to 64 novel Dune World and 1965 novel Prophet of Dune in Analog magazine. It tied with Rogers. I'm not gonna pronounce this right, surely, but Roger Zelazny's This Immortal for the Hugo Award for Best Novel and won the inaugural Nebula Award for Best Novel in 1966. It's the first installment of the Dune Chronicles. Oh, first installment. Okay. One of the world's best-selling science fiction. So I'm going to click on Dune Chronicles. American science fiction media franchise originated with the 1965 novel and has continued to add new publications. Frequently described as the best-selling science fiction novel in history. Gosh, maybe I should read it. Oh, here we go. Later adapted in 1984 film. That was 2 years before I was born. 2000 television miniseries. I didn't even know about that. I was in junior high school at that time. 2-part film series with the first film 2021, sequel this year. Herbert wrote 5 sequels, first 2 of which were concomitantly adapted as 2003 miniseries. So there's another miniseries. Also inspired tabletop games and a series of video games. Since 2009, the names of planets from the Dune novels have been adopted for the real-world nomenclatures of planes and other features on Saturn's moon, Titan. Cool. So there's print publication, it says. Oh, these are all kinds of different books. Well, it sounds like there's 6 novels. Well, anyway. Cool. So there's all kinds of stuff. 2 different mini-series. I was working on these leaves here, but I just realized I want to add a little bit of ink right here to separate Sora's feathers from her tail. I keep forgetting about the tail because there's a small, teeny tiny part of the piece. I move up to the size 5 for this so that I can taper it from the really big graphic one. I'm going to continue it in here too. There. Oh, that's better. Just this little bit. It makes a nice difference. It was looking like it was a weird scissors or something. Yeah, I should probably read Dune. Kind of reminds me of so many books in school. So there were tons of books in school we had to read because it was the kind of books that everybody reads in school. And I was like, meh. And I didn't like them at all. Basically, stuff that people call literature, I'm sorry to say I rarely enjoy. But there were books here and there where I had that expectation already built. Like, oh, here comes another school novel that's going to be horrible and boring. And then I'd have my mind blown. Like, I'm looking at them right now on my bookshelf. Right in front of me, a little to the left. The Giver. I thought it would be another dumb book. Instead, it's one of the best books I've ever read. That's a sci-fi book, too. I just gave myself goosebumps thinking of how much I was moved by it and how awesome it was. And it was so great to learn that, oh, not all the books that I have to read in school are boring. There's actually several books like that. Okay, I think that's enough for this bunch. Well, maybe I'll do just a tiny bit on these edges here. Just a little taper coming from the most shadowy part, but not along the full length of the leaf. There, that's good. Okay, moving on. Moving on to this side, and I'm going to flip this around again like yesterday so that this clip is not blocking my hand. So here, same as before on the other side, just mostly focusing on the berries in areas where it's really shadowy anyway. And I'm not completely outlining the berries, just focusing on the sides that are either coming up against another berry or coming up against this really shadowy area. Something that's nice about adding the extra ink is that I can add ink that helps, for instance, with these berries, make them a little more round because some of them are kind of oblong. But if I add a little ink, that squishes it down. Oh, Exie, good night! You're welcome! Thank you for joining me. I'm so glad that you could pop in for my random odd Tuesday bonus stream. Yeah, I hope to see you soon. I should be back next week with my normal streaming schedule. Hopefully I will not stream again this week because this is supposed to be my vacation week. So, but I'm going to do what I need to do to get this done. So, sweet dreams. Almost done with the ink, I think. Unless I want to add a little hatching anywhere. Take a look at it and see. So I could add some hatching in this shadowy area. So right now it just looks like a blob. It's a dark blob. There's nothing happening. And out here there's all this hatching happening from the markers. Ooh, and I do want to add a little bit more to the nest here. I'll do that first. Go to the 5. Let's add a little bit to the top edge of the nest, show that it's out in front of Sora. That's much better. Just want that little bit extra. I'm not going to do it on the nesting material because it's actually coming in and out. And it's the closest thing to Sora. So yeah, at the very least, let's add a little hatching in these really deep shadowy areas on the corners and the top. Oh, I didn't want this size though. I wanted the size I was using before. The 03. So this is more to add texture than to add shading. It's already plenty dark in here, but it's not really matching its surroundings because everything else has some nice hatching from the markers. There. Let's flip it over again so I can work on this other side. Oh, how long have I been going? I didn't start at a specific time. Okay, this says I've been going for 50 minutes. So in 10 minutes, so at 13:10 on my watch, I'm going to take a break. So I still want to take care of especially my back, but my whole body by taking regular breaks, even if I'm doing a sort of marathon stream session. Oh, I like that so much more. I think doing things like this is nice because even if no one really looks over in these corners, because this is not drawing too much attention to itself, which is good. Because the first thing anyone should look at, if I am successful in my illustration, is these two. But if they look at this and they're like, wow, and then they decide to check out all the details, then they will be rewarded with some little extra texture, little layers of color and ink. Well, sort of like a Easter egg. But I also think it just really helps with the overall vibe because this was actually standing out because it didn't have any line texture. Everything else has got all this line texture on it. I'm considering whether to add some such hatching on the nest right here next to the leaves. But I'm hesitating because this isn't very dark, so if I add hatching here, it might actually become more attention grabbing than I want. So I think I'll just let that be. Now I am going to look the whole thing over because I have addressed everything that was really standing out to me, but there might be some little, oh, here we go. Here's one. Go 03 maybe. Here, Kumo's wing doesn't have any separation from his tail. So it's the same thing that I did over on sort of here. So let's do the same thing on Kumo. Just taper from that really thick outline down to, I think this is an 03 that I grabbed. There. Haha. So that's the kind of thing I'm looking for right now. Maybe I can make this taper on Sora's back a little more gradual. My Garmin just told me that I should get up and move. I'm about to. Don't worry, Garmin. Give me a few minutes. Looking at the pigeons' faces. I like how subtle the lines are there. I don't want to add too much. I want their facial features to remain delicate. will add a little bit of ink on the bedding here because these are little bits sticking out over the edge of the nest. So I'm going to emphasize that by adding a little more ink. But that's just in those few places. Okay, there's one more thing I could do, and I'm not sure if I will, which is add my signature, but I haven't actually been signing my pieces on the front anymore. That's something I learned in my illustration classes. With illustration, you don't necessarily have to do that. With fine art, yes, you do want to sign your pieces. But with illustration, it can be a distracting element. So what I've been doing in recent years, ever since graduating with my degree actually, is not signing illustrations unless it's just those little chibi caricatures, and I sign those. Because those aren't like a scene, it's just this character with a signature next to it, so it's not taking away. So yeah, I think I shall not sign. People will know that it's mine. It's posted all over the internet, and I'm going to be sending it, and it'll have my address on it, so I don't need to sign it for people to know. Okay, so I think that means I'm done with ink. Hooray! Gonna get my colored pencils out. That's the next thing I wanted to work with. I specifically did the ink first because ink does not like to sit on top of colored pencils because colored pencils are made with wax. So that becomes like a waterproof barrier, and so the ink can't really work very well. Let's see, I'm going to try to figure out how to make this work. I might have to zoom out, pull this way up. I can't pull it up too high or it doesn't focus. Because I thought I could actually have my colored pencils on stream for once. But they're so huge. Oh, if I put them here. Oh, no, they don't fit there either. I might have to put them on my little cart after all. Or if I take them out. Ooh, maybe if I take them out. I'm going to figure out my setup and then it'll be break time. This has 4 trays of colored pencils. Oh wow, this just barely fits. And it does fit. Incredible. Alright. I think this is gonna work. Oh, gotta make sure this doesn't fall on the floor. Ah. Now, will the third one fit? I mean, the fourth one. What am I saying? Third one. They both fit next to each other. Oh, they will. Yay! Incredible. Hooray! I just have my colorless blender still in this tin, but this is probably not the kind of piece that I would use it on. I've used it in the past when I've created an entirely, gosh, where am I going to put this? I'll just set it on the floor. An entirely colored pencil piece. But when I'm just using the colored pencils as detail work, I don't really need that extra blending ability. Okay. Well, at the very least, you can see 2 of the trays in the secondary camera. You can't really, if I go like this, you can see them. But if I raise my camera up too high, it doesn't like to focus. Yeah, we'll keep the main camera on the main event. Whee! So I'll just leave this like that because it's basically break time. Yay! Let's go take a break. Get up, walk around, stretch, get some water, maybe a snack. I'm looking outside. It looks like it might snow. I hope it snows. It'll be so awesome. The clouds are that kind of consistency that look like, oh, if it's just cold enough and if there's just enough clouds, it might snow. So everybody, look out your window. Look at something off at the distance. If you've been looking at a screen this whole time, let's give our eyes a break. I'm going to turn on my be right back sign, mute my mic, and be back in about 5 minutes. everyone, welcome back. I hope you had a great break. I am all re-energized. I did some nice stretching, walking around, yay. I'm ready to start on colored pencils now. I'm so excited for this because there's so much I can do. There's so much I've been wanting to do. So let's start with, let's start with Sora because she is the biggest thing, taking up the most amount of space. So let me zoom in. I've got my reference image up. I never did take the time to post the reference image on my, to get it so that it's visible on my stream, but it is what it is. So, I need gray. I think what I want to do is add some dark grays. Maybe this one. This is warm gray. Or I've got this one. This is cool gray. All right, what I'm gonna do is a little swatch in the margin. I just realized that the little camera's not really doing anything. There, move that closer. Oh, and you can't see what I'm doing. I have that too close. There. This is why I like to leave margins so that I can do stuff like test what does the pencil look like on this particular paper, because the paper can make a difference. So that's the warm gray. It's warm gray 90%, and this is cool gray 90%. It is, at first glance, it might not seem that different, but this is definitely more of a brown color. I feel the cool gray matches the markers that we chose better. Of course, there is one more gray. It's called French gray in the colored pencil set. Let's try that one and just see. Maybe that would be the best option. So this is French gray 90%. Oh, this one's really warm. Yeah, definitely not this one. Yeah, let's go with the cool gray. There's more gray options in... Oops, I grabbed warm gray, but I wanted to go with cool. I think I always go with cool gray because look how short this is. This is the... Here's the warm gray. I use the cool gray way more. And I barely use the French gray. I don't know if I've sharpened this myself. This is just, it's huge, so. All right. What I wanted to do was add a little bit more variety here, matching what I'm seeing, because I think what's happening is the feathers on the wing may seem smooth, but there's all these muscles and everything underneath, and I think that's what's being revealed by these differences I'm seeing in the shading where the feathers are catching or refracting the light. Especially right in here, and I did a little bit with hatching with markers, but it doesn't really come through, so I'm trying to really capture that now with colored pencil. And I decided to wait to get this in with colored pencil because I knew that it would be more subtle. There, already. That's a fairly light application, and it's already making a great difference. Maybe I won't use my hand to swipe it. I'm sort of in the habit of swiping just in case there's little dust particles, but if I swipe it with my hand, and I always talking about, it's probably not a problem because my hands are always so dry, but it's better to use a swipey brush. Just in case. Just in case. Here I'm adding a little more shadow to this edge because it's curving around away from the light source at this point on her body. So it should definitely be catching less light. So while this is actually a flat drawing on a flat piece of paper, what I'm trying to depict is not flat. The colored pencils still work really well even though this is a very smooth kind of paper meant for ink and marker. But the colored pencil still is able to grab onto it and impart a nice texture. Each round of colored pencil I look up from viewing the drawing directly to my monitor over here and see what it looks like smaller. And that helps me decide whether what I did was effective or if it needs a little more or if there's somewhere else that could use a bit more. Now that I've worked to that area. I'm also looking at my reference image, which is on that side. Yay! What I was hoping is happening. Getting a lot more subtle variations in the shading. The great thing with colored pencils, combining them with marker, once you put the line down, that's it. It's now that color, or it's now that combination of colors if you layered. With a colored pencil, it always leaves a little bit of the paper still showing, so all the marker work I did is still there. It's just being veiled more or less depending on how much colored pencil I apply. It's not obliterating what I've already done, it's just adding to it. I think that's good. I really like how I've been able to capture what I wanted, which was just that this wing is not some flat thing. There's these super subtle dips here and there. The feathers are at various angles. Yeah, all going in generally the same direction, but I'm looking now more at her head to see if there's more I should add, like maybe right here. With super light touch. That way I don't have to switch between colored pencils. This one is cool gray 90%, but there's 5 others. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, there's 5 other shades, so it's like 70%, 50%. Same as with the markers, where there's like warm 1, warm 2. Add a little bit more texture with hard lines here. Wow, looks good. She's looking good. It's coming along. Here I'm putting a little bit around her eye just to enforce what I was trying to depict, but it wasn't really showing that the area around her eye is quite light. It's a separate area than the eyelid. So by adding dark around it, that light can pop. That's the only other thing I could do. And the gray looks so different on these long wing feathers. I actually am going to use the warm gray on that. What I'm seeing here is the feathers showing through. They're layered on each other because the wing is folded up, so it's more like this. But since they're thin and translucent, those feathers are showing through, so I am going to add a little bit of shading to try and indicate that idea. So basically it's these feathers, but on the opposite side showing through. Yeah. Another one of those things where probably nobody will really notice it, but I notice it, so I'm gonna do it. Something I am seeing on these feathers that are closer, so you're seeing the outside part in my reference image over there, which you can't see, but I can see, is a little bit of dark on the tips of the feathers. Some of it seems like it might be that showing through effect from this side. Others, though, it seems like that's just the color of it, that it's slightly darker on the tips. So let's add a little bit for that too. Here I am, I'm gonna take 2 steps down and just use a lighter warm gray. Yay, I love it. Oh, Sora, are you done? At least for your feathers. Sora's done for her feathers. Yeah, let's work on her beak. I'm gonna zoom in. Oh, reference photo. Oh, I went over to the other reference photo instead. I was trying to grab it to pull it, but I pressed the arrow instead. There we go. So on her beak, she has a little bit of gray, actually. It's mostly pink, but the tip is a little touch of gray. So I'll add that in. I'm going to use the warm gray. Which one is this? This one's a 50%. Warm gray 50%. And you can see a little bit of gray here. Little touch. Oh, it makes such a difference. It's a tiny little touch. Oops, I'm using my hand again. I'm going to use this. Okay, I'll put that back. And I'm seeing a really warm coral color right where her nares are. Well, her nair that is visible. I think that nares is a plural word. I only recently learned it because I'm like, what is a nostril called on a beak? And it's called a nair. At least, I think it's called a nair and not a nares. Because I've learned that some things, for instance, biceps, those big muscles on the front of your upper arm, that is a singular. Plural is actually bicepses. And it's like the same with forceps. You know, like the tweezers. That's a singular. And so it's forcepses if you want to say multiple ones. So with nares, I don't know if it's the same thing, where nares is actually a singular. I assume it's nair and nares, though. I haven't looked up the etymology of the word. I am looking for a coral color. Distracted by language. Ooh, this one might be nice. It's a sort of warm brown. What is it? Pumpkin orange. Perfect. We're going to use a little pumpkin orange here. I need to sharpen it. It's too blunt on the tip to get a nice fine line, which is what I need. So, get out my favorite sharpener. the ratchetta. Pull the top off, and this is why it's my favorite. I don't have to take my hand off. I just ratchet it, and it sharpens all the way around. So we'll just keep sharpening until it's nice and... There we go. Although it looks like this is going to break off. You can tell because look at this. Well, if it will focus. Yeah. This little bit at the bottom. Oh, yeah. That's the thing that sucks with colored pencils. They can break. The core can snap inside the pencil. So the wood looks fine, but you sharpen it to a certain point and you've reached that fracture, and then you've got to do this, which is sharpen it again until you get to a point where it's not broken. Alright, this seems not broken. I've dealt with that so much that I can recognize when it's not going to work after I've sharpened it. Okay, I'm just trying to grab some of those those pencil shavings off so that they don't get onto the page. I think I got them all. Okay. All I want is just to add a little bit of this right here. And it's not just there, it goes down onto the beak too, sort of V shape. That's what I'm seeing. Anywhere else I see this? Not really. Surprisingly, just right here, this little V. Ah, it's so nice. It makes this pop. It's so vibrant to add those colors. So I'll use the same color on her eyelid too, because I'm seeing a similar bit of color right here on the back part of her eyelid. The upper back part of her eyelid. Yay! Pumpkin orange, wonderful. Okay, Sora, anything else? Eye looks good. Oh, I know what I want to do. Sora has, I think she is a mix between an English trumpeter fancy pigeon and a feral pigeon, because she has mostly those feral pigeon colors, which have that beautiful green and purple iridescence. So what I want to do is add a little bit here and there, just show. Try to imitate it. I'm looking through my purples to see what is a good color. This purple. I don't want to use, I always use this purple at the end of pieces like this to enhance shadows. So I kind of want to use something different so it's not the same color. Well, how about this one? Plain old violet. It's too dark. I'll add a little bit in this shadowy area, but it's too dark to really make a difference. I might need to get like a fuchsia kind of color to really stand out the way I want. Something like, is that too much though? Something like this. It's really bright, but if I'm just doing it super light, and just here and there, like saying, oh, it's catching the light. It's catching the light here. There, I think that's good. I don't want to go crazy. I want it to be one of those details that when someone looks at the piece long enough, they'll be like, oh, look at that. Now I'm looking for a green. And in my reference photo, there's an excellent big patch of green right here. So I'm looking from the reference, looking at my color options. There's way more greens than purples, it seems like. I'll just go for this one. What is this one? True Green, it's called. Ooh. True Green, like the True King. The True Queen. It was pretty good. I like it. There. That's good. Just a little touch. A bonus detail. What's next? Sort of done? I think sort of might be done. I was thinking of putting colored pencil on the hats, but I quite like them the way they are. I don't really want to touch it other than the little bit of purple at the end that I put on everything. So how about Kumo? Kumo, I wanted to create even finer details on his wings. Let me get back to the reference image I have that shows his wings from this side. And looking at my 3 grays, definitely want to go with cool gray for him. So back to this cool gray, but I'm going to sharpen this one as well because we need really fine tip. That's why I couldn't get the details I wanted with the markers, because the marker tip isn't fine enough. There we go. That's nice and sharp. But as usual, I'm going to try to get all these little shavings off. I don't want them dropping onto the piece and accidentally making marks where I don't want them. Okay. So I'm just going to take what's already there and add little fine details and make it a little more precise. I don't know if you can hear Aoife snoozing away there, but she is. Aoife is my big dog, for anyone who doesn't know. I think she knows what day of the week it is because she was super excited when I stopped for my break. She was super excited to get up, and on a normal streaming day, she doesn't get up, or she rarely gets up at break time. Like, she knows that we're just coming right back, but today is weird because we don't normally stream on this day, and she seems to know it. That's looking so much better. Yay. Here I'm just adding a super thin line here and there to show where his feathers aren't 100% perfectly flat. So that's what I'm seeing in my reference photo. Sometimes there's a little wobble, and so there's a dark line of shadow right in the middle. So it's shadow rather than pigment. These little lacy patterns are pigment. But he keeps his feathers fairly well groomed, so There's not too many of those. I think I'll just stop there, actually. If I keep adding and adding them, being so excited, then it'll look like he's completely disheveled, and that's not what we want to depict. And I don't think there's really anything more I wanted to add on his feathers with colored pencil. Again, aside from the final round of purple that I put all over everything that has shadows in it. So let's do a bit with his eye. Right now, his eye is looking kind of flat, so let's add something to give it a little life. I'm going to put some of this really dark brown in the shadowy part. Yep. That did it. Let's make it a little bit more bright, vibrant. And then, so I gotta go back to that other reference, because this reference sort of is grooming him so his face is pretty much completely obscured. Let's go back to this other image. Ah, yeah, and he has a little bit of dark area on the tip of his beak too. Maybe I'll use that French gray. Is this it? Nope, this is black cherry. This one. French gray 90%. Yeah, I'm gonna sharpen this one too. I have to empty my sharpener. There we go. Nice fine tip there. So it's just this little bitty point right here. It's so small. This teeny tiny little point. And then a bit where his nair is. It's shadow because he's got these big poofy nairs. And then a little bit right here at the end of his mouth, at the corner of his mouth. Let's go to 50%, French gray 50%. I see a little dark patch here, but it's not nearly as dark as that one on the end of his beak. So we'll go down a couple levels. This is the kind of detail work I love doing because it really depicts the individual. These little specific touches is what helps anyone recognize, oh, this is so-and-so, not just a generic pigeon. Went down a couple more steps to a really light one. So I wanted to add a little bit to the entire bottom half of his beak. But again, everything on him, except for these little lacy patterns in his tail, is so bright that I don't want to overdo it by getting too crazy with super dark shadows everywhere. And I guess we can add a little bit to his eye. The outside part near his eyelids. That's good. Okay, am I done with the pigeons? I think I may be done with the pigeons. So, the next thing I wanted to do was create a bit more transition between the super dark shadows on the holly and the rest of the holly. So I have more variety of green available, or I could use red because these dark shadows were actually created using a really sort of like a burgundy red. This is the darkest green. There's a pet hair on it. This is the darkest green I have. I'll start with this. Sharpen it a bit. I don't need a super sharp tip for this, but it's so short that I feel like I'd run out pretty quickly. Okay. So I guess I'll start on this side and work my way this way. I think this might be good enough. This color. I like what I'm seeing so far. So that it doesn't look odd, I'm bringing it into areas that don't have any of that burgundy shadow. So that this colored pencil looks at home all over the leaf. One patch done. Well, doesn't look bad. Does seem like I could get a little bit more transition, but let's go ahead and finish all the leaves with this and then see what it looks like overall. Sometimes I use the very tip of the pencil to get into a teeny tiny little spot where I want a lot of colored pencil. But for the most part, I'm using more of the side of the colored pencil tip, which is kind of counterintuitive to say the side of the tip, but I'm using a more blunt part to get a softer application. One more patch in the background, and then we just have the foreground. Then we'll see about adding another transition color. If you're seeing some light flashing, I think it's reflecting off of here. At least it is into my eyes. My new laptop has these lights that are always on, and it just does these like random flashing patterns. So that's what that is, if you're wondering. I don't even know if it's getting caught on stream or if it's just the angle I'm at and I'm seeing it. Okay, done with that green. What is the overall effect? I'm going to zoom in so that I can see it on my OBS and see a overall effect. Looks pretty good. But when I look at it with my naked eye, not through something like a different screen, it still seems like a bit of a jump between this shadow and the green there. So let's pick another color and incorporate that. 10 minutes or so until next break time. I'm going to take a break every hour. Thinking about what kind of red. So I want a sort of matching burgundy color, but in colored pencil. I picked this one, which I used earlier. I don't remember on what, but I believe I used this one somewhere. And it seems like it might be a good choice. Let's try it. I'm going to be more conservative with my placement of this one. Just want to help it be a little bit softer edge for the existing really dark shadows. Yep, this is a great match for what's already on the page. Yay! I like it when my first choice works out. It doesn't always. Just going to come down here and do this one real quick. Just has a couple spots. Getting there, getting there. That's so much better. I can't really tell how much of a difference it's making when I look over at my little screen showing this, but my naked eye, I'm much happier with how the shadow is transitioning into the lesser shadow. And you can still see the marker lines. It's not like I'm trying to obscure that. Just want to make it a little softer. So we still have that nice texture from the markers. At this rate, I might be able to finish colored pencils before break time and then move on, I think. No, next it will be white ink. So move on to white ink. I was gonna say move on to digital finishing work, but no, I wanted to add white ink highlights next. Made it back for second break. Yep, a couple minutes. But it'll just be a 5-minute break. Does it look quite different? I hope it does, because I've been working the whole time. If it didn't look different. Close-up wood. Okay. Yeah, I have been doing a lot of really subtle stuff, so that makes sense. Ah. Alright, the last thing I want to do, although I think I shall go on break first. It would have been so satisfying to finish colored pencil, go on break, and then do ink, but the next thing I want to do is going to take so long that I don't want to wait, because my back is starting to be like, hey, what are we doing? So I definitely want to take my break. Here is a close-up, though. How far we've gotten. The last thing I want to do is add my favorite purple into all the shadows, but for now we've got all these nice colored pencil details going on. Ooh, yeah, I think I'll add a little bit more to the nest, too. I realized I could get... I haven't done any colored pencil on the nest yet, so yeah, I won't call colored pencil done yet. Because every other thing, except for the berries don't have any colored pencil on them, but I don't think they need it. I think they just need a little touch of white to get that nice boop, 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 boop highlight on it. But down here, everything else has a nice little colored pencil texture on it. Not on the nest, so that sort of makes it stand out in a bad way because it seems like it was just unfinished. So I'll do that too. But it's break time. So fancy. Well, thank you. So fancy. Let us take a break. Just a 5-minute break. Stand up, walk around, look at something in the distance. My clouds are getting darker and darker outside. I always look outside because it helps give my eyes a break. So I love it when it's the weather I like to see. Alright, I'm going to turn on my be right back sign, mute my mic, be back in about 5 minutes. everyone, welcome back. I hope you had a great break. Did my stretching, feeling good. I am ready to tackle the nest. And I guess I could add a little bit to the nesting material as well. Let's do the nest though, that's the bigger thing. I haven't touched it at all with colored pencil, so we don't want it to look like I just forgot about it. I think this might, that might be a little too light. I'm gonna look for a color that could be the next. Is this too dark? Let's do this one. Though actually my sharpener is all full, so I'm gonna empty the sharpener first. Okay. Now, sharpen this. This definitely needs sharpen. There's hardly anything left on it. Yeah, that's probably good. Okay. Mostly going to focus on the corners, or the sides. So for one, there's these leaves in front, so they're probably blocking light. And then two, that helps with the vignette effect that I'd like to have that pushes the viewer's eye toward the middle. And I am pleased with this colored pencil color. It is a nice continuation of the shading that we already have from the markers. What camera do I use for my main camera? It's a Logitech, what is it called? It's Logitech Stream Cam, but it's the specific, I wish it had the name on it. All it says is Logi. Wait, let me see. I think I can actually just see if I look at the source here. Primary camera settings. Yeah, it calls it Logitech Stream Cam, but it's some specific one. Sorry, I can't remember the specific name. It's relatively new. It was actually crowdsourced, and my husband wonderfully backed the campaign for me. And then it took them like twice as long as they thought to get it out, which is so typical for those kinds of technology. Like with the Freewrite, I backed that one on Kickstarter. It was the same deal. Took like 2 years and they thought it would take 1 year, but yeah. Very nice. Yeah. I mean, it's not perfect. It does have those issues that I've encountered. Like it randomly not showing up anymore, right? Like it just stops in the middle of the stream. But it definitely is a higher quality camera itself. And its flexibility in where it can look and how you can change where it's looking at is really, really nice. When they were campaigning for funds to create it, they basically showed that it was designed for people who live stream and people who use cameras, say like teachers. And so they're showing something that they're doing here, and then it's being projected on a screen in the classroom or something. So it was basically made for people like me. And it's crazy the amount of things you can do. You can push it forward and backward like this, and it goes way far. There, you can see it says low G. Like, you can push it all the way back, and you can pull it all the way forward. You can press the button on the neck and raise it this high, so high that it can't focus very well because I have it lifted like 10 inches off of the desk, and then you can bring it all the way down. That close. And you can turn this. You can turn it all the way around if you want, which makes it great so that if you're angling it to be a webcam or something, you can turn it the other way too. So it's basically 360 on this axis, I guess you could say. You can also move the head like this or like this. So you can move that around. And I won't do it because I am not selfie ready. But you can turn the camera up to look at yourself, basically. But I was not planning to be on stream myself, so I'm not going to show you that part. I like not having to get ready for be on camera when I live stream. That's why I don't have a selfie cam. I don't want people looking at me. I want people looking at my art. But this camera is great. This is the camera I use when I'm on Zoom calls, when I'm doing vegan Toastmasters, doing speeches there, attending the bi-monthly meetings and stuff. So even with its issues, this camera has been really great. Yes, versatile. Yes, that's the word. Yes, it is versatile. It's the camera I used yesterday when I made my little thankfulness video explaining why I'm thankful for my physical planner system. It's also the camera I used. No, I used my laptop camera just to be sure. I was thinking of using it for when I... So it's so interesting. When I was a witness for a court hearing at the beginning of the month, because it's just a hearing and not an actual trial, it was on Zoom. So that was actually great because then I didn't have to go into court and be waiting around and be all biting my nails and super nervous. I was super nervous anyway, but being at home made it a little better. I was going to say I used this, but I decided at the last minute, no, the issues with it cutting out occasionally and randomly, I didn't want that to pop up during a hearing. That would be really embarrassing and also troublesome. So it's nice. The things that I have issues with this camera are things that I'm sure they could just push out a software update and fix it. That's all they need to do. It's got to be something with the software, not with the hardware. This hardware is great. I love the way it captures colors. The white balance is usually really good unless it's like focused on one little color and it's like, wow, I don't know what this is. But that just happens on pretty much any camera. And the focus, the autofocus is actually usually pretty good. Sometimes it has little struggles, but it's not like my previous main camera, which is now my secondary camera on the top right here on my stream. That one has autofocus, but it would just get stuck, you know, and I'd have to be constantly looking to make sure that it didn't get stuck focused up close or not up close, and then it's not refocusing even though I'm moving and stuff is changing. Okay. I think this might be enough. This might be enough additional shading. I really like how it's changed these sides here. I think that looks really, really good. That was what I was hoping to do, and I also got more of transition from light to dark as the nest curves under at the bottom. I want more dark down here. And it even is better at showing the interweaving material. I'm not sure what I'm imagining this being made of. Probably people imagine it being sticks, but their actual nests that I bought for them are made out of like straw that's been tied together into a nest shape. Just gonna add one little last layer, really general overall, super thin layer of colored pencil. And then we'll call that good. Yay! So next, I realized after messing with my camera, I could have been straightening this up better for my... It was a little uneven on the sides. It was like tilted a little bit all this time. But look at that. Now it's straight up and down. Yay! Okay. I realized that this whole time I've been doing shadows, thinking that I wasn't going to do anything else with colored pencils other than shadows because I'll let ink be all the highlights. However, there are some items on here that probably could use a softer highlight. I just put some chapstick on, that's what that snapping sound was, instead of the like stark highlight of a white ink. Where I'm thinking is actually on the nest. Oh, and I didn't add extra to the nesting material too, so let's do that as well. Nesting material, what color do I want? This red color or this purple here? Let's try this purple. What is this one called? Black grape. Yeah, this is nice. This is a nice color. I love the combo of marker with colored pencil on top. It just can't be beat. With the sort of modern media. In the realm of modern media. This watercolor is really old media. I suppose you could call this dry media. Markers are obviously not dry, but they dry so fast that I really don't see anyone making the argument that a alcohol marker is something that you paint with, for example. I think most people would consider alcohol marker to be a drawing material. And for me, in my mind, painting is defined by how wet the media is. I know there's all this muddy area in between, and so many, you ask a different person, they'll have their own definition of what's wet or dry media, what's painting or drawing. Some people consider pastels to be painting, and I think the reasoning is that it's very thick strokes, I guess. But to me, these are dry media, so for me, pastel is drawing, even if it's really big strokes. And some people, I think it might be because of the way you combine colors, but you can do the same thing with colored pencils, and so if you're using that. Anyway, to me, it's dry versus wet that means that it's painting or drawing. So of course, markers kind of towing that line, but alcohol markers dry so fast. To me, they're basically drawing media, even if they're not dry media. And So in that category, they are my favorite. I love it. It looks so nice with the big bold marks of the marker and then this subtle. You can get a bold mark with a colored pencil, but you can also get this really soft covering that you don't really notice at first, but it makes such a big difference. Okay. Am I ready now to finally do the final colored pencil bit? I think I am. Okay. My favorite purple. Let's do it. I'm just gonna pop this purple in wherever there's shadows. And I do this because it looks so cool. It makes all the colors pop. And it's just like everything I've been saying. It's one of those things that you won't really notice it at first at all. At first glance, might not even notice it ever if you don't look really closely. But it really does make a difference. It really does have a job to do. Oh, I just realized I did not do any highlighting, but that's okay. I can do that after this colored pencil highlighting, because this is not highlight. This is specifically for shadowy areas. This is why my illustrations always take so long. Not complaining, just saying. So many people in the industry have told me directly or indirectly that you have to be able to create quickly. I know, I feel like I talk about this all the time, but it came up again today. My friend posted about book cover illustrations being disappointing these days. And I was like, man, I agree. And it's because it's so rushed, the publishing industry. And they tell you, oh, it takes forever to get published. Even once you're going to be published, it takes years. But even that is still too fast, apparently, because so many things are rushed, corners are cut. Oh, thank you. Thank you for joining me for so long. I'm so glad you could make it today. If you're driving, I hope you have a safe drive wherever you're going. And thank you for the luck. I need it. I gotta keep working and do my best. I've still got like an hour and a half until I have to quit, even if I'm not done, so I still have hope. So I hope you have a great day, Wolf. Thank you so much for joining me today. Bye. I always have a hard time saying goodbye, and I keep people for way longer. I can't just say bye. So yeah. What I was saying is I responded to my friend about that book cover thing. And that what I've realized over these past couple years, streaming my art and working so hard, having this really strong work ethic and self-motivation, and yet I still cannot create art at the rate, illustration at the rate that everyone always tells me I have to. What I've realized is I don't really care anymore. I would rather make work that I am proud of and that I don't feel I've compromised on, and that the intent of the work is present. That the idea is there and it's not just been rushed so that I can meet a deadline. So that's why on this piece, even though I have been doing things to make it go faster than normal, this is a very simple composition. There's not anything crazy going on. You know, I didn't spend very long on brainstorming for this piece. Just picked something that looked nice, that worked for the format that I wanted to create it for. So really keep it simple. But I'm still not cutting corners or just completely ignoring steps that I would normally do. I want this to fit into the body of work that I have created. So even if I have to work on it some more tomorrow, then I will. This is also going out. This is an especially heartfelt piece. This is going to be going out to all my important people, including my patrons. So it would just not sit right with me to, for the sake of time, rush in a way that creates a sloppy piece. No sloppy pieces in Studio Mikarts. So even if that means that I'll never get published by a big publishing house, or I won't be hired to illustrate someone else's book or any of those things, I don't mind. The integrity of my work is more important to me. I want to create stuff that I'm proud of. Okay, I've super lightly applied everything. Now I'm going to look around for any areas where I might add a little bit more. I'll apply it darker, heavier. My favorite place where this is showing up is on the red hats. It looks really good. Really, really good. Is that good? Is that it? Maybe a little bit more here. If you're hearing a new bit of snoring, that's Chappy now. Oh, where's my mouse? Where's my cursor? Ah, okay. Kumo's head, I think I actually want to add a little bit more gray right here. Some little subtle hatching lines. Maybe we'll try this cool gray 30%. Because it's looking a little flat here, and it's got more texture than that when I'm looking at the reference. Sharpened it so sharp that the tip broke just now. The very tippy tip. Oh, that's way better. Okay, that's probably good. It's probably good. I mean, I guess I do see a little bit more texture here going down, but it's not as curly. Okay, before I forget, let's add really light, gentle highlights using colored pencil, and then we'll move on to what will be the final step with physical media, which will be ink highlights. So the hats are definitely somewhere. I just want a really soft textured highlight. Because I've got this soft looking texture that I created using the markers. There should be no reason why a fabric-y, plushy hat should have a really strong highlight. It's not like a shiny texture. So those are a couple areas. Here on the nest, I want to add just a little bit. It's going to be so subtle, you're probably not even be able to tell that I did anything, but it's one of those things that I can tell. I can tell I did it, so. That's why for this I just go ahead and use the white colored pencil, because that's how subtle it is. You can't really, if you don't use the white colored pencil, you can't really tell that you did anything. Let me take a look. I think I might want to put it on the holly leaves too. Let's look at it. Holly plant is what I've been searching to find that reference image that I've been using. Yeah, I think what I'll do is use colored pencil, and then maybe I'll enhance a little bit more with Photoshop too, because it is a pretty bright highlight, but it's also diffuse. It's not very hard edged, but on the berries we definitely have that really hard edge. We'll just use some ink for that. So I'm basically choosing places where I didn't put much, if any, shading and saying this is where a highlight is, and then enhancing that with a colored pencil, reinforcing it with a colored pencil. So it may not be 100% naturalistic, but it gets the idea across, and that's the whole point of illustration, is getting an idea across, a story, a message. That's why I like illustration better than other forms of visual art. So I love telling stories, and I love reading stories and hearing stories and seeing stories. It's because of that I finally realized, man, that's what I want to do with myself. I was in college, and I went straight into college out of high school. I definitely wanted to get educated. But I didn't want to just get a degree to get a degree. I wanted something that mattered to me. So I went through all kinds of majors in my first couple years. I think my first major was communications, which so many people seem to choose. I hear that from so many people, like on podcasts and stuff, like, yeah, first I was a communications major. And that's what I started with too. My mom thought that I should be a web design or writing major. Writing definitely would have worked because I'm doing it now. I don't have a degree in it, but I'm doing it now. Then I went into just sort of I think I chose graphic design because I realized what I really want to do is something with visual art. But then I started learning what graphic design actually means, and I was like, no, this is not actually what I want to do. And eventually I found out that Boise State University, at the time I was at Idaho State University on the eastern side of the state. They didn't have an illustration program, but Boise State did, and that's the whole reason I moved to Boise. 100% the reason I moved here is for the illustration degree, because that's when it hit me. Oh, this is what I wanted. Because I had applied for an animation degree from the Art Institute, but they are so expensive that they literally told me on the phone interview that student loans from the government will not be enough to cover this degree. And I'm like, I have got nothing. I have nothing. So thanks for telling me that, because that means the animation degree is completely out the window, not an option for me. But it's great because I realized that's not really what I want to do anyway. I like creating still images that capture a moment. Okay, I think I'm done with colored pencils. Yay! So I'm going to first put these colored pencils away. Get my storage tin out. This is great. I might actually be able to finish this today. Okay, which one goes in first? They have to go in a certain order because I have them arranged by colored pencil number. They also have to go in a certain order because this one on my left, that one has to go on top. It doesn't have this little groove in it. The other ones don't necessarily have to go in this order. Let's see, this is P930 and this is what? P931. So this one comes next. Then I know it's this one. And this tray is the final tray. Hooray! Close this up. Put it back away on the shelf. Now I need to get my inking tools. Oh, I could just... Let's do it faster. I'm gonna just use... Oh, and I even recently recovered this white acrylic paint marker. We're going to do this faster by using pens instead of using dip ink. Dip ink works better, but this is faster, requires less cleanup. So I've got this 04 size, which I think is 0.4. Yeah, it's 0.4 millimeter, and I'm pretty sure this is 0.5 millimeter, though I'm not sure because it just says 05. And again, it's Sakura, which is the same as my pens over there that I was using, the black ink pens, so it might not mean 0.5, but here's 10, and so maybe that means 1 millimeter. I don't know, but I know it goes in this size, and this is an actual marker, so it's definitely the biggest. So these are my 4 options that I'm going to be using for adding highlights. Let's do it the fast way, and let's use this marker first. I actually recovered this marker. I was going to recycle it because I thought it was dead. I bought the specialty, what is it called, TerraCycle all-in-one recycle box. You can recycle almost anything as long as it's not hazardous. Well, there's a couple things you can't recycle just because it's too complicated to try to, like stuffed fabrics. You can't do that, but everything, like you can put pens in there. You can put mascara tubes, I learned recently, and you don't have to clean them out. That's crazy. So I was going to recycle this, but then I realized I should test these pens first. See if maybe they came back to life, and they did. I recovered like a dozen pens that had been dead and not working, and this is one of them. So let's see. I don't want to use this. I actually used this on the, let's do a little, oh, I'm afraid though. I'm afraid because it's so big. Let me try it on here. It's pretty big. Actually, oh, it might be too big. It's too big for the leaves. I have a great idea for what I'm going to do for the leaves. It's too big. Where do I want to use this then? Oh, I'll use it on the berries. Boop, boop, boop. Not going to put a highlight on every berry. For instance, this one is behind, so we'll just say it's not quite getting that highlight. This one is way on the edge, so I don't want to put a highlight right on the edge. And then that way, it helps create more depth too, because only the ones that are really far forward are catching the light like that. Oh, let's do a little one here and a little one there. Just a little one. Sweet. Okay, that's what I'm using the big one on. The next size, I love that I have these little swatches here on the bottom of my, oh, you can't see where I'm pointing. Right here. Because I can now use those to test my white ink pens here and see how wide as usual. Though these Sakura ones hate writing on colored pencil. They hate it. You have to really work at it. This though I am going to use on these front holly leaves to emphasize these veins. So another super subtle thing that maybe no one else will notice. Unless you watch the stream, then you will notice because you're watching it. Also adding it to the edges. Not adding it to the whole edge like an outline. Mostly focusing on the tips of the leaves. And I'm keeping it on the top half of the leaf. So as I've been saying, I don't want it to become flat by using it everywhere. Oh, that looks awesome! It looks so awesome! I didn't do the pointy parts on this side. Let's do the pointy parts on this side. Alright, along the same lines as I've been explaining the entire time, I think I'm going to leave these big highlights only for the front leaves. I am going to use my tiniest pen just to add little touches to the veins in the middle of the leaves that are in the background, but that's it because I don't want them to come forward too much. One last leaf in this middle bunch. This is yet another one of those details that nobody's going to notice, but I am going to be very happy that I did. Alright, let's move on to this bunch and then I'll flip it around because I want to give the ink time to dry. It can be easy to get really excited and then put your hand in the ink and it's not dry yet and you pick it up or you smear it somewhere. Okay, flipping it over. Flipping it over so I can tackle these three. I'm sure I'm going to be cleaning up some edges in Photoshop here because I've gone over the lines in some areas where I didn't quite want to go that far. Overall it looks fine, but this one tighten it up a little bit in certain spots. Okay, I think I got them all. Oh, it looks so good. It's so small and subtle, but it just makes such a huge difference. So nice. Okay, definitely want to use ink for their shinies in their eyes. We want them to be nice and cute, and hopefully this is dry. I'm gonna get Kumo. Nice and cute means extra shinies. So let's do 3 shinies each. Yeah. So cute. So cute. Putting those little shinies in the eyes brings them to life. It's like the smallest line you make and it makes the biggest difference. I wonder if there's anywhere on their beaks, maybe a little bit here on Kumo's beak. I'll use the second to smallest pen. I don't even know if it'll make a difference, but right here on his tip of his beak is pretty bright. Let's add a little there. Yeah, it's not even showing up. I mean, maybe this just isn't writing. No, it's definitely writing. I can see. It's white on white, but when I first put it down, it's wet, so it shows the reflection of the light really well. So it's definitely doing stuff, but you just can't really see it on this super light peak. Well, that's probably good enough. A little touch on the bottom edge right there. Okay. And how about Sora's beak? So I'm gonna move my reference image. Look at Sora. Yeah, she also has a little bit right here. Lighter edge. Yeah. Some little bits of texture, lighter texture up here. I'm seeing maybe a little bit right here too. Oh, it looks so good. This is taking me way longer than I thought, but definitely been worth it. Definitely worth it. Looking around anywhere that could use ink highlights. Sora's feathers are shiny, but they're not bright white shiny. So I think I'll leave them as they are. 'Cause I think that's good. Oh, I remember one spot. One spot on Sora, right here. We need a little bit of ink coming out to be that rib of the feather. Haha. That's right here. I didn't draw it, but it's definitely visible. Hooray! Let's enhance this one too so that it matches. Oh, I'm so glad I remembered that. It's not a big deal if I hadn't remembered, but... Oh, you know what? I'll leave that back one. I was going to do the same thing on this back wing, but we'll leave that back so that it falls into the back a little bit more. I wonder if I can add a little ink to this area to add to the idea of Kumo's fluffy head right here. Yeah, that's pretty cute. That worked pretty good. All right. Let's not worry about it too much anymore. Let's just scan it in and get those final details done. Yay! Okay. This marker, I'm pretty sure, store in horizontal, so I can't put that away with the other pens. The other pens I store slightly, I store them tipped down at a slight angle. I don't know, maybe a 20-degree angle? I'm not sure. But that marker, that white marker, it says to store it horizontal. So it can't go in there. Now I am rearranging to move over to my desktop PC workspace, my digital workspace. So I'm going to mute my mic for a couple seconds to move it. Alright, that's moved. I need my mouse and keyboard back over here. Ooh, and I've got to move this stuff off of my scanner. Otherwise I can't scan. There. Okay, I'll leave the camera going on the physical media workspace for a second. Oh, where's my swipey brush? Here it is. While I get the scanner going. Also, that will give it time to dry, that last round of ink. So right now I'm just wiping the scanner glass off in case any dust or pet hairs got in here. Now I'll turn it on. It makes a big noise, big whining noise, and then turn on my scanning software. Okay, ready. I'm ready for ya, pigeons. I'm going to give the illustration itself a good swipe too in case any dust or pet hairs landed on it. Then I'm going to set it in the scanner bed and close the lid. Now I shall switch over to my desktop capture. There we go. First thing we'll do is just a preview. Oh man, I just realized it's exactly time for break. I've been streaming for 3 hours and 1 minute, so I'm actually a couple minutes late. But let's get this scanned first, and I'll get it up in Photoshop, and then we'll go on break. So this is great because I have just 1 hour left, and it seems like I should be able to get this done. I'm so excited! Yay! Yay! And that means tomorrow I can actually enjoy some of my Thanksgiving break. because I ended up deciding to work through my Thanksgiving break. So much for Thanksgiving break. Anyway, this is all lined up nice. The marquee is the right size already because I scanned it when it was just the basic lines so that I could make it into a coloring page, which is available for purchase on my Patreon and DeviantArt accounts if anybody wants to color one of their own. So this looks good. Let's click scan. And it's probably going to take a minute. I am going to shake up my shaker bottle because I've been drinking this tasty smoothie throughout the stream during my breaks. I'm going to have some now while I'm waiting. It's a delicious banana mango smoothie. I love smoothies because I can do stuff like this, keep working, but also get plenty of nutrients and calories. The only thing is I have to remember to make it the day before, otherwise there's no point. It's not actually time saving because if I make it in the middle of the day, I actually use hot water to make it so that it's easier for the blender to blend it. And so if I make it in the day, I have to make it early because then I put it back in the fridge so that it can get cold. And so I can't have it right away. And yeah, I'm spending all this time during work hours making the smoothie, so it just doesn't really work out. But if I remember to make it, I try to do it the first thing after I'm done with work. And then it's ready for me if I want to have it for breakfast, or today if I want to have it for lunch. And I really, really pack it full of all kinds of delicious whole foods. So it keeps me nutrified and energized. Okay, so we're done with that. I will turn the scanner off. Otherwise it will continue making that humming sound for another 5 minutes or so. So now I'm just going to get Photoshop open and open our scanned image and save it as a Photoshop file in case something happens while we're on break. Ooh, I realize I actually have a little bit extra time to stream today. Oh no, I don't because it's Tuesday. Never mind. My PC is going crazy. Oh, Shump! To Shump for demon puppy scritches. My PC fan is losing its mind. Okay. I'll do the puppy scritches now and then I'll open the file. So it's time for puppy scritches. Thank you for redeeming that. Okay, so Aoife's first because she's next to me. She's laying down. She's all the way down, flopped out. So I'm going to scritch her on her chin. Here you go. Here's some scritches from Shump. Here you go. She's just staying completely relaxed. She didn't even wonder what was going on. She's just like, yes, thank you. Okay, Chappie turn. Chappie is all curled up in a little bean shape. So I'm giving her scritches on her shoulder. She's also not wondering about it at all, just totally accepting it, totally relaxed. Here you go, scritches from Shump. Here you go, girl. You're a good girl, yes, you're a good girl. I love that. Thank you for redeeming that. That's the third puppy scritches ever. I wonder how long I'm going to remember how many puppy scritches I've done on stream. One day I'll do them while they're in the camera, but I'm sure the puppies don't mind. They don't care. They don't care if they're on camera or not. Okay, so we're going to go desktop. Open this. Open. There we go. Open it. We don't need to do anything in Camera Raw this time. Okay, we're just going to save it. Save as. And visual artwork. So here's the line. So I'll actually just click this and then edit. So it's 26 now. And instead of lines, it's just the final one. So we're just going to call it Cozy Christmas Coodlers. And Adobe RGB, yes, and save. Hooray! Okay, that's saved. So we're a little bit over break time. So let's go take our break. Stretch, give our eyes a rest. Whatever you need. I'm going to put my Be Right Back sign up and be back in about 5 minutes. everyone, welcome back. I hope you had a great break. I also did. Well, I guess if you didn't have a great break, it wouldn't be also. But I did. I was just making sure both puppies were in here. They are. I did my stretching, as I have been. And I finished off that delicious smoothie, so I'm all fueled up until dinner time. So now I am actually going to get out my, what do you call it? It's like my artist glove. It's so that your hand doesn't stick on the tablet as you're drawing with the tablet. So I'm getting that out. Also, my tablet stylus rest is in this little pouch. So that's good. And move my planner to my left so that I can move my mouse and keyboard to my right. And pull my walk home tablet monitor into my lap. It's been a little bit since I last used it, and it's getting a little bit dusty, so I'm gonna dust off my tablet with my swipey brush. There's probably some official name for my swipey brush, but that's what I always call it, so that's what it is. Swipey brush. Oh, hold on. Suddenly my eye was itchy. I'm itching my eye with my knuckle. I won't do it too much though, because I know that it can actually make it worse. So the first thing I'm going to do is make a copy of this background layer so that worst case scenario, we have an original scanned copy right here. And then of course the TIFF file that I scanned in is separate and it's also available. And so this one I can edit freely without worrying about it. And the first thing I'm going to do is levels. As I purposefully scan in less contrast because I realize that my scanner can sometimes get confused and take it too far and then things are lost. For instance, in the past, before I realized this might have been scanned in and it would be completely black. That's the kind of thing I was experiencing. So this allows me more control over how dark are the darks and how bright are the brights. So you can see that huge difference. Now actually, real quick, I'm gonna get the original out of the scanner bed so that I can compare. Yeah, that seems good. Since this is the digitized version, I always actually take it a little bit more contrast than what the original is. Because it just looks better in digital formats with higher contrast. So I think that's pretty good. The only thing I'm wondering is, and we can change this if it's not, but is the white paper a true white, and how much of the little subtle shading am I losing here in the hats or on Kumo? This actually doesn't look too bad. I don't feel like I'm losing too much detail here. Yeah, so let's go for it. Leave it like that. All right. The next thing I want to do is a little bit of cleanup of edges. For instance, right here, we've got this, oh, I'm on the text tool because I was doing something with text last time. We'll go on the brush tool. So right here, we've got this red coming in to area that's clearly meant to be the white fuzzy trim. So we can just clean that up. And I think I'll use my, is this it? No, not the healing brush tool. I just want the, No, this one. Clone stamp. So what you do for clone stamp, let me see, this one is, so you hold Alt where you want it to copy from, then you tap it, then it now copies that area, and you can brush with that area. So I can just clean up these edges by taking a little bit from what's right next to it. So same thing is happening here. I'll actually leave the gray. The gray is also doing the same thing at the bottom, but because it's at the bottom, it just kind of adds to the idea of the shadows being there, so I don't mind it. Oops, went a little too far right there. You don't have to reselect every time like I'm doing, but I like to do it just in case. So you can get to a point where you're actually copying stuff you don't want to copy. And there are also some areas where I want to just do a little healing. So I'm actually going to go to the, what is this called? Spot healing? Spot healing brush tool. So right here, I'm not sure if this is part of the paper or if this was just little flecks of ink or marker or something. What we would do is just cover up and it will usually quite smartly replace it with what makes more sense, so that it matches its surroundings. So like right here, there's this little green line. It must just been a little spray of colored pencil or marker. We don't need that green line right there, so we're gonna get rid of that one. Oh, and I'm noticing some more red that I didn't get. So let's go back to the clone tool. I think that's what it's called. I don't actually by heart know the names of stuff. I'm just like, it's this one. It's the one with the icon that looks like this. And so I'm trying to explain it on the stream and I have to think think really hard. Alright. I think that's good enough. It doesn't have to be perfect. Let's see, where else do I want to clean up? Guess I'll do what I have been doing through the whole thing. Instead of working through zones, which is what I usually do, I will work by element. So I'm going to look at Sora and see if there's anything I want to clean up around her or on her. So maybe right here. We'll see if it's smart enough. Sometimes it's not. Nah, I don't like it. But just do it. Because here I markered over. No, it's not going to work. So we'll just leave that. It's fine. Here's little specks. Cleaning up the specks. Alright, next let's look at Kumo. Well, we'll start with his tail because it's so small. Such a small part of the image. Okay, now his front. Right here, we'll just smooth that line out a bit. Wow, it says I have 6 viewers right now. Hello, everybody. Hello, lurkers. Hope you're having a great day. So here I went. Ah! Did not actually register my click. Okay, click this, please. Thank you. See? There we go. I went out of the lines right there, but I can just take this and then tighten that up. The same thing here, too. Now I'm going to do my best not to get too crazy about cleaning up little stuff because I have 30 minutes and I really want to finish this today. I so want to finish this today. So I'll do my best not to go down the rabbit hole, at least not too far. Oops. Here, please. Oh, I'm on the wrong tool. That's why it's telling me. There, this is the one. Cleaning up this edge. Ah, no! Sometimes it doesn't register my click. Actually, I'm going to take from down here. This is a really long line right here. Alright, there was a little bit I wanted to work on. Just going to use a paintbrush tool for this. Let's copy this color because it's not quite black. There's a few areas where I went a little far over with the white ink. I want to bring the black ink back. Especially in places like right here because this leaf is meant to be in front of this other one, but the white was coming from behind to cover the leaf that was in front of it. Oops, took too much. That's better. Yay! Anywhere like that up here? I did less highlighting up here, so it's probably fine. Ooh, I wanted to fix this line. I smudged this when I first made the ink lines. Let's see if this will be smart enough to deal with it. Yeah! Oh, look, it left a little bit. Yeah! I love it. Hooray! So there are little parts, like right here, this little bit of green came over into the yellow here, or there's some red here from the background, but I am not going to spend, that's going to take a whole nother day's worth of work to clean all that kind of stuff up, so let's just let it be. I don't think that takes away from the story that I'm trying to tell here. I don't think it's too distracting because those are supposed to be background elements anyway. Let's zoom out. Anything really standing out to me? Let's save also. I haven't saved since the first time I saved. See if there's anything else really standing out to me that really needs a touch up before we work on adding a background. And I'm not sure how I want to do it. I might just try using the lasso tool to cut the white out. Because it's pretty stark white and I cleaned it up fairly well. Yep, let's go for it. Let's go for it. So let's just try the, I don't know where it's hidden these days. Is it here? No. This one. Yeah, magic wand. And I'm just going to use shift to select multiple areas. So we'll pick here. Oh good, it picked so much because it went around the outside too. Cool. So we got all this. But there'll be some parts I need to cut back because we don't want to lose this. Maybe I'll turn the tolerance down. So if you turn the tolerance down, it won't select other colors so easily. So let's try 20 and see how that works. Alright, that was a bit better. Still got a little bit here. So let's try 10. Our tolerance is only 10. Alright, there'll still be what I need to do on the edges, looks like. But let's start with that. So I'm going to hold shift and just keep clicking white parts that I want to cut out. So like right here, there's a couple little spots that it didn't get. This one right there. But that's most of it, and I'm quite happy because it did not select any of Kumo or the white parts of their hats, so that's pretty good. So now we're just going to zoom in and make sure that it's not selecting anything we don't want and that it is selecting stuff we do want. So I think what I'll do to capture these little dots here is go to select and modify expand. We'll just expand by 1 pixel, see how that does. There. Good. That captured most of it. There are going to be some areas to manually erase. But it even captured these couple dots that were here. And like this dot, I'm not worried about it, because it's beyond the boundaries of the image anyway, where I'm going to be cropping this at the end. Now the only thing I wonder is, should I bring it back? Oh goodness! Should I bring it back 1 pixel, or is this... Actually, that seems fine. Oh, well, I guess we are losing a little bit. But yeah, I think that's fine. So what I'm going to do now is delete. Ooh, it's kind of scary. We're going to delete. Where's my delete button? Oh, it's this bottom button. Oh my. little remote control for my tablet. Okay, so now we're going to deselect. And first, let's just put in a temporary background. Call it background. These are all called background. Okay, I'll change it later. But what I need is just a color to be in there so that I can see what I need to erase still. So there, you can see like, oh, look at all this. Look at all this stuff. I'm going to try to do this quickly. Maybe not 200%. We'll just do it on 100%. Oops. No, I don't want to erase that background. Okay, let's call this main. Main. There. So we don't want all this white stuff showing up when we apply a background digitally behind it. Well, now that I said that, maybe I should put the background in first and then erase just based on what really needs that extra help. That might be a good idea. Alright, let's try that. My idea for adding the background, so like, look how much better it looks without that bright white. Looks so much better. My idea was just to add a dark green, so let's just pick this actual shadow color here. We'll fill it in with that. Maybe that's a little too dark. That's too dark. Okay, let's pick like this one. This one. I'm finding a dark green that I like. Ooh, that's like a blue color. Now let's try this color. Still too bright. Blast it. Okay, I won't pull it from there. I'll just make it myself. Boom. Alright, let's start with that. My idea was to just apply some sort of pattern. I mean, maybe I can do a gradient too, so that it's... Oh, look at this. It looks like they're in a little forest. This is like actually so nice. It matches so well. I wonder if I can just blur this because it's like perfect. This is just one of those free ones. Just comes with it. Oh, look, evergreen tree. It's like a juniper or something. Tree tile 3. These leaves are even better though. They actually look like the holly leaves. They're definitely not holly leaves. At least I don't think so. Yeah, like right there, that looks so great. Okay, what if we do a gradient overlay? That's pretty good. Oh. I've got the light in the middle and the dark toward the edges so that it's really enforcing and enhancing that vignette effect that I've been trying to get through my coloring and shading. Let's look through these different these different blend modes. Multiply. Color dodge is kind of nice too. Overlay. Overlay versus multiply. Let's compare. These have been my two faves so far. Yeah, maybe I like multiply better because it sits more in the background that way. Now, let's look at some other ones. So we've got soft light. Okay, I'm going to try something. So I don't want it to be too obvious that it's just a photo, basically. I am going to turn that one off and then convert to smart object. And then I think I have to rasterize it in order to go to the blur filters. There's supposed to be only 10 more minutes to work on this, but I really want to finish it. I'm so conflicted. I want to finish this. Okay, I'm just going to do Gaussian blur. That's the nicest. Wah! It's too much. I want to still have the shapes, but lose some of that photographic quality. There's something else I could do too. Hold on. Instead of blurring. Let's try this. Let's see, where was it? Posterize. So maybe if I posterize it first, I'm going to try this. Although it's really getting lost. But I thought if I posterize it first, let's just try it and then do a blur. Yeah, I think the only thing is it's so dark, but maybe that's all right. I like where this is going, but it's gotten so dark. I want to change it. Probably because, well, the pattern overlay is only at 55%. Maybe if I change how the pattern blends. Oh wow, darken really creates that effect on its own. Let me see. That posterize effect just starts happening on its own. feels like. What I'm not liking is how many really super dark areas there are left when I'm using this pattern. So maybe I just don't use this pattern. I can try a more all over print. Like there's this damask patterns, or damask. So it's not as naturalistic, but it actually fills the space in. Oh, these are very big. So something like that. I do think I like that better. Doesn't create depth in the scene, but I think overall it looks nicer than just having really big black areas. It's paisley. That's cute. Yeah, I thought either the damask, paisley, or plaid. Plaid is very Christmassy. Oh, it doesn't really go. All these straight lines don't really go with the rest, though. The more organic patterns, I think, are better. This isn't bad. Plaid definitely feels Christmassy, but I was much preferring. I think the paisley ones I was liking. There's this one is more bold, or this one is a little more subtle. I guess I like the bold one better. It doesn't have to be overlay. Let's try these different blend modes. Let's multiply. It doesn't look bad, but I wanted the background to really stay in the background, so that's a little bit too bold. This one's kind of nice. Color dodge. Maybe the color is a little too different from the middle to the edges, but we could fix that with a different color overlay. It's dark in the middle. Reverse. This actually isn't bad. I think I like this, especially when I'm looking over here at my navigator. I just make it a little darker. looks so Christmassy. That's the only thing is, it's still pretty bright. I could change the background color itself. Maybe that would help. Or turn down the pattern, because that's also part of the reason why it's so bright. I could change this too so that it's mostly focusing on the dark areas and then the light areas are not affecting it. I kind of think that's the way it goes. So let's multiply. Color burn. That makes it really dark. Alright, so it feels like either multiply. Well, I guess there's darken. No. Either multiply or color burn. And I gotta say, it does actually look pretty good with those leaves on there, though. Now I can't decide. Ah! I'm gonna go back. This actually looks really good. Maybe I should just play around more with this. Yeah, this doesn't really change it at all. Just keep it on normal. Wait, because preview is off. That's why it doesn't change it. It is always good to try other things because you never know. It might be better a different way. But coming back to this, I actually like it better even though it has those dark spots. Oh no, none of these lighten ones. No, no, no. I don't want the background to be lighter than the rest. Oh, might go with overlay. Overlay is very often my choice. I'm just going to make this green darker. Oh, we'll bring it back up into the blue. That was kind of nice. Eva's looking at me. She's pretty bored now. We've been in here for nearly 4 hours with just 3 breaks in between. But I think that looks pretty good. We're going to do that. Okay. And I'm going to do what I did before. Let's rasterize this layer so we're going to... What did I want? Convert to smart object and then rasterize layer. So that I can then Hopefully that didn't change anything. Okay, good, it looks the same. Then we're going to posterize it. Ooh, not enough levels. Bring the levels up so that it has a little bit more of that sort of cell shaded look. And then we're going to do a blur. That's a little too much. Okay, I think that's good. All right. Now, just got to do the hard, tedious work of erasing so that it doesn't have these white bits. Where's my eraser? I could add a overlay, a stroke, not an overlay. Maybe I'll do that. That could help. So that I don't have to do quite as much work. So we're going to do stroke on this. Well, we'll just pick like this color. Position outside, yes. Size. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was not able to see it. So instead of outside, I'm going to put it center. Do I want center or inside? Yes. What's center? I want center or inside? Okay, inside is really far in, so we want it on center. So it's covering it a little bit. And then that way, I don't have to erase along every single edge. So for instance, up here, I won't have to erase this. So it'll just be covered with this nice, super dark gray. It's not quite black, super dark gray. 7 pixels, a good thickness. Let's turn off the background and see what I think. Yeah, let's do that because I don't want it to overtake. Oh, but it looks terrible right here. Maybe I can't do this. Blast it! I've made it take a long time. Ah, doshio. Though this does really help me see. There's stuff to be. But it does not work at all right here. It looks terrible right here. Okay, never mind. This isn't gonna work. This isn't gonna work. I'm just gonna have to work on this some more tomorrow. This is the hole that I've dug myself. And I'm almost out of it. I'm going to leave this stroke on for a second because this is really helping me see little stray pixels. Clean up the little stray pixels. Actually, just leave it on 100. You know, I probably could have used the Smart Select. Oh well. It's too late. I'm doing it the hard way. I've already started doing it the hard way, so we'll just finish. Then again, when I've tried to use the Smart Select on something that's not a photograph, it's not actually very smart. So probably for the best to do it the more manual way. I don't have to erase these, but they're distracting, so I'm erasing them. These are just going to be cut off by the borders of the final greeting card size format. But it is time now. It's actually beyond time for me to make tomorrow's smoothies and start making dinner. So I'll finish cleaning this up and then call it good for today, and I'm gonna come back tomorrow. Man, I tried to get it done. That's what I get for starting so late on a Christmas thing. Starting in the last 2 weeks of November trying to finish a Christmas thing. Oh, no. You know what, though? I might take next week off of streaming because I've already streamed as many hours as I normally do. Okay, for now I'm just going to turn that stroke effect off because once I finish erasing all of this stuff, I might need to double check little stray pixels anyway. But I don't want to miss out on my meals or go to bed late or anything, so let's call it good here. We'll come back tomorrow. Surely tomorrow I'll be able to finish this. Please. Please. At least there's video evidence, and I'm working very hard on these Christmas cards. Oh. Right. Put my stuff away. Now I shall, let's save real quick. And I shall call it good there for today. 4-hour session, just a few seconds over. So, tomorrow is actually a normal streaming day, but I'm just going to start as soon as I'm ready, so because my calendar is clear because it's supposed to be vacation week. So I'll see you maybe sometime tomorrow for more work on this. Hopefully finishing it. Please, please let me be able to finish it. Alright, that's it for today. I am so glad that you were with me for this awesome 4-hour marathon session. Hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching.